friends that travel from far and near, ladies and gentlemen, I left one person out. I always do that to him. Mr. Siddiqui. He's one of the hard-working and special assistants to the Global Chairman. I'm standing here today with honor to let you know that today is one of the remarkable and historical event for CDC. We are going to have for the next 2 years, first in history, under my administration, campaigned hard to have the First Lady, Chair Lady elected, Madam Constance G. I am proud today because we held the structure of CDC so that tomorrow, CDC could be better, not only better for CDC, but for the Liberian people. Exactly. Yes. Oh. It was a difficult time to be a chairman for CDC, and it was a good experience as well. I will leave this advice for the incoming administration. We elected you to serve the people, not for the people to serve you. If you are unable to perform, please step aside. Do not be an obstacle to the progress of the administration.
Yeah.
One thing that, again, CDC needs to do, we love all our members. We should not encourage violence in this institution whatsoever. And all those that pursue such, not only that they should be getting rid of, they should be out of the party totally. The next thing is we need to honor our former leaders who worked hard for this institution. If you look in this house, you should ask yourself, where are the rest of the CE? And I'll let you answer that question. Thank you.
We'd like to extend our gratitude to our Chairman Emeritus for the extemporaneous speech. We take heed into your speech. And we say, Mr. Chairman, we salute you for your hard work and your steward leadership. Without delay, I'd like to use this medium while going through the program. We witness the arrival of the National Vice Chair for Administration, who is now representing the chairman, the Global Chairman of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change, by extension the Coalition for Democratic Change, in presence of Mr. Gabla Benson Williams. Mr. Gabla Benson Williams, please stand. A new hand of applause. Mr. Gabla Benson Williams is the National Vice Chair for the administration of the Congress for Democratic Change. This is a founding member and revolutionary gladiator. You have my salute, Mr. Williams. You may be seated. I also like to use this medium to extend my recognition to a distinguished comrade in Adelaw in Anne, commonly known as a great man walking, Mr. Civico Basigiat. You have my distinguished revolutionary salute and recognition. I also like to extend my revolutionary tentacle to a young ambassador, a young diplomat in arm, Comrade Adiola compatriot Justino Gay. Mr. Justino Gay, you have my distinguished salute. In fact, as a matter of fact, Mr. Destino Gay is the second deputy secretary at the level of UN, so he's a young ambassador. The Georgia is empowering the young people in his government. The strata of the government of Ambassador Tweah are congregations of young people. As a matter of fact, standing here as a young minister, you won't believe that. During the days of the oligarchy, you could not have a young minister standing and presenting on the microphone. But today, we are proud to represent our government and our president as a young minister. Before delay, I also like to extend my recognition to our former Secretary General of the University of Liberia Alumni Association, Mr. Actor Doe. Mr. Actor Doe, you have my distinguished salute and recognition.
Point of correction, former Secretary General of the Union of Liberian Association.
Oh, the Union?
Yes.
You know, I say, as a matter of fact, I'm a former student of the Vanguard Student Unification Party, and from the University of Liberia as well. So when I see UL, my mind runs to the University of Liberia. But thank you for the correction. At this point in time, without delay, we'd like to use this medium to go into a very important process. We'd like to call on to the Roshan, the microphone, the mother of the revolution, the doyen and ideologue, Cardiff Stout, a deeply revolutionary cadre, a fearless soldier, a now relenting, a woman who has fought so many battles never lost none. Won all, Comrade Competra, Adiolo, Wilhelmino Piso Celita, you have my distinguished revolutionary invite. Madam Piso Celita will demonstrate the installations of our officers. Commissioner, former AG, my honor.
Thank you so much. Amanda!
Wait!
Amanda!
Wait!
And I hear you, man. Are we seditious in this house? Mighty seditious too? Yes. Then let me hear you answer the battle cry. Amanda!
Wait!
Okay. I am so very happy to be here, back home in Minnesota where it all started. And I'm extraordinarily proud to be here today, even if I'm practicing, but to be here to help ensure that history is made for CDC, meaning the Congress of Democratic Change and the Coalition of Democratic Change, and for women, because of course I'm a female who believe in women empowerment, women in leadership. Sorry men, I know you got a lot of he for she's here, so I know you're still coming with us, and I know that you all will support. So I'm very happy to be here to serve as the installation officer for the incoming leadership of the mighty Congress of Democratic Change in the USA. Madam, I'll ask that somebody give me a Bible. Do we have a Bible in the house? Or I will use my phone. I'll open the Bible in my phone if y'all don't mind. We'll go ahead and we'll do virtual kissing. I'll open it to a passage. And then, without further ado, I would like you to please lead your team. Madam Chair Lady, our Honorable Chair Lady, we want to ensure that we recognize you today and give you all the honor. Madam Constance Duopu and all of your leaders, please come up. And while that is happening, let me also recognize our speaker for today. You know, it's very important when we have these kind of occasions that we have keynote speakers who really mean well. And I can attest to the fact that our Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Councilor J. Funati Kofa, is one of those. And he is here with his full heart, and I know he'll give us a wonderful message tonight. I want to also recognize the high table, the outgoing chair, our ambassador, our Consulate General here in Minnesota, our national treasurer of the CDC, our queen, a representative from EULA, all of the chairmen, of course, the representative of our national chair, Mr. Carla Vincent Williams, all of our young leaders, ministers, deputy ministers who are here in the room, and
Julius
all of our
Banto,
partisans
when it
here
disgruntled people
from
like
the
you will
Mighty
be so
Congress of
sad.
Democratic Change, the
Julius
Mighty
Banto,
Coalition of
when it
Democratic
disgruntled
Change,
elements like you will be sad.
and every single friend of the CDC that is here with us, even those who came to just see what's going on. Without further ado, I would like to first of all just say congratulations to you and your team, Madam Duopu. I know as a two-term Secretary General of the Mighty Congress of Democratic Change here in the USA, it's not an easy feat to even go to elections, win elections, and then be able to serve. And like was already said, you have been, by the outgoing chair, you have been voted in to serve the people, be a servant of the people, not for the people to serve you. So before I go into the installation conversation, I beseech you all to really serve the people. You are all part of a ruling administration of the Republic of Liberia. You are the direct representation here for the Congress of Democratic Change, and I know you all can deliver. I've worked with most of you, I know you all can deliver, and I know you'll do well, and we are there for you in Liberia, and every single person in this house, I'm sure, are also here for you, and every single member of the coalition. So we hope that we can work together to deliver good things. No, so I will, since we live in a virtual world right now, I'll go ahead and open my phone to the Psalm 23, because the Lord is always our shepherd. And people will virtually kiss the phone, will not kiss the phone because no COVID is here. But I want to definitely so we'll go ahead and ask you to please raise your right hand. Everybody, please raise your right hand. Can somebody help our sister with her phone? Maybe she want to take pictures so that she can use her right hand. Thank you.
We have no mention on record.
Yes.
Wait, you don't do that.
So raise your right hand and repeat after me, and repeat your name where applicable and your title where applicable, right? So I want to, for all of us here, to really be sincere in the presence of this body, especially all of our honored guests, all of our partisans, our leaders who are here today. Repeat after me. I,
Dorothy Mulbah K,
do solemnly swear and pledge that I will faithfully and honestly discharge the duties of and your title to the best of my ability, protect and abide by the Constitution of the CDC USA and the National CDC, and ensure that everything I have to do will be accomplished during my administration. So help me God. Okay, so let's do the virtual kissing here. Virtually. It's the heart that counts, right? We know we are protected under the Lord, and the Lord is every one of our shepherd. So, to all citizens in the room, I present to you
took place here.
Madam Constance Duopu and her team of officers.
And I applaud.
Congratulations again to all of you all. Congratulations.
DJ, mom, get down.
DJ, where are you?
DJ.
DJ Tabane.
DJ, drop it, DJ. Drop it, DJ. Amanda.
I thought we had to.
I say, that's all right.
So I hope that everybody in the room knows that we're here to celebrate. So
And Adampa and his wife, Mona Adampa, here.
Jungle, there live so many animals. You will not dream, there will no restriction. Anytime, anywhere, and when you say go wrong, after the news, everything was good. I say everyone, going after the news. Everything don't keep when we are back and when we are more. After you left, how you doing?
Thank you all so much. Thank you ever so much. Our distinguished citizens and citizens. Thank you all so much, DJ. We ask that we go to our various seats as we begin. We ask that we go to our various seats as we dive to the issues. We gave at least 30 seconds to clear the air.
Good job.
We ask that you clear the air. Clear the air, clear the air, clear the air. Clear the air as we are about to dive to the next order of the program.
Yeah, we know where you up to.
15 seconds, 15 seconds. It was inspiring. 15 seconds, clear the air, clear the air.
Good job.
Our distinguished chairman, Mr. Governor Williams.
That was Bibi Chibade.
Commonly known as Benjamin Putin. Revolutionary Benjamin Putin. The man who led the struggle with bare hands. As As a matter of fact, the man is a cobra killer. He's a gorilla hunter. I just quickly want to make the announcement. Somebody left their phone in the bathroom. So if you're looking for your phone, you can easily come here and you get your phone. But you gotta establish that now. Come call him. Chairman Koji also claiming that his phone lost. So if somebody around there, the chairman phone, please make it available. As a matter of fact, Chairman Koji is the host of this program. You know, CDC, they are very honest people. Believe in integrity. That is why when there is any argument about corruption, you are subjected to LSCC.
Cross-section of Seditians, Liberians, sympathizers have come to grace the occasion here.
And so the last time, somebody was indicted, the system, the criminal justice system, and they were processed.
Yeah.
It was indicted by prison. I escorted them. No matter your portfolio, I will call you sir, and I will escort you to your cell. So I can hold my cell there. So one of the CDC government demonstrated that understanding to ensure that public officials were escorted to jail. The records are there. During the days of the reactionary forces, there were a lot of political tactics. But for us, no, we don't compromise on that. And so we all that any of our parties who get the chairman phone, please make it very clear.
I like that. Thank you.
Please make it very clear.
Position, friend.
Yeah.
At this point in time, we would like to say congratulations to our new elected team. Was inducted into office. You are now being charged with the responsibility to move into the showcase of revolutions. You have to muster the courage, mobilize, go beyond the line. Cross your corridor. Wake up from your bed. Engage those who are tired seditions. Go to those who say that they are disenchanted. Wake up the spirit, inspire them, give them revolutionary mandate. You are charged. The party never won all of men. So you are now being given the responsibility to do so. And so we urge all other partisans to extend your tentacles to begin converging with other partisans and other people who want to join the revolution. This is a general revolution for us. The mantras about party is based on grassrootism. That is the fundamental principle of the Congress for Democracy. It's a historical grassrootism. It's a masses party. And so we need to go to the loops and corners to inspire the business and incite our people into history. We will bury Bwaka face down, trust me. Bwaka and Cummins will be buried face down. Those reactionary boys, we will bury them face down. We are there, more. We are there, more. Zamalego, we are here. Oh, Zamalego.
You know how Mulbah K sits there in the brown coat?
The thing they're looking for. Amanda. Thank you all so much. At this point in time, we'd like to use this video to call on to this brochure. The woman who was in charge of the responsibility to begin with the introduction of our keynote speaker, but she is no one. The one who superintends the women's affairs of the Mulbah K Congress of Democratic Change, CDC USA. The one who are in charge of Mulbah K to ensure that the women presidiums of our party are geared up to the new revolution. And so we're all today, I'd like to use this video to call Miss Hasha Howard, Mrs. Hasha Howard, quote. Mrs. Hasha Howard, quote. I said, women, all women, hand out, women, all women. Women, all women. Women, all women. What? The powerful women chair. Our powerful women chair. The battle to Amanda. 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 Beya, she walking majestically. Beya, she got control of the microphone. Beya, she understands the issue. Beya, Amanda.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All protocol observed. Before I go into what I'm charged to do tonight, I will want if any woman in here tonight and you are not part of the Democratic Congress for Democratic Change, would like to take your application tonight. We'll come to every table, we'll come everywhere. If you are not part of a chapter, we will come to you and we want you to please join us tonight. All right, I will go ahead and introduce our dynamic guest speaker. I will first read his profile and go into different areas. Honorable Council J. Fonanti Kofat is a Liberian who hails from Saxon, Grand Crew County. Honorable Kofat is a member of the 54th Legislature of the Republic of Liberia, where he served in leadership as chairman on the judiciary and member of the Committee on Elections, Inauguration, and the Committee on Human and Civil Rights. In January 2021, he was elected as Deputy Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. He represents the people of District 2, Grand Crew County. Government. Prior to his election as representative, he served as Minister of State without portfolio and legal advisor to former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf from 2014 to 2016. During that period, he was also tasked by former President Sirleaf as a special prosecutor and chairman of a special task force investigating and prosecuting officers' corruption across all levels of government, especially the new famous Saba mining saga. Politics. He began his entry into politics as a founding member of the Liberian, as the founding member of the Liberty Party. In 2018, after being elected to the House of Representatives caucus with the Coalition of Democratic Change, and later joined as member in March 2018. Legal career. Honorable Kofa began his legal career into the United States in 1998 in private practice and then moved to Liberia in 2009 and became a founder and managing partner of the International Law Group, now one of the emerging corporate and government firms in Liberia. He was admitted to the Supreme Court Bar of Liberia as a valedictorian of his class of 2014. Education. Honorable Kofi is a graduate of the University of North Carolina School of Law at Chapel Hill where he obtained a juried doctorate degree in law. Prior to that, his educational pursuit took him to Raleigh, North Carolina State University, where he obtained a Master of Public Administration in 1990 and a Bachelor of Public Administration cum laude with concentration in urban planning from Shaw University, Raleigh, North Carolina, USA in 1987. Awards and honors: Best Oralist, Moot Court, University of North Carolina School of Law. Chapel Hall, North Carolina, United Negro College, Font Mariters, Leadership Award, Shaw University, Distinguished Leadership Award, Volunteering, Supreme Court, Class of 2018. Our guest speaker also wrote a book called Land of My Father. He's a member of the American Bar Association, the National Bar Association, and Liberia National Bar Association. His interest, our guest speaker is interested in golf, politics, and history. He is married to his beautiful wife, which is Kofa, and their union is blessed with 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, my women, I want you to please come up. Let's do the traditions. Let's welcome our dynamic council guest speaker, Honorable Konati Foka. Please stand up. We will do the African way to bring you up. DJ.
Amanda Africa Awetu. Whoa, baga whoa. Whoa, baga whoa. Boo, gummy boo. Boo, gummy boo. Whoa, baga whoa. Amanda.
Thank you very much.
Zekwe CDC, Zekwe Munya CDC Munya.
Thank you very much. You know, they have this wonderful thing they invented in Liberia. They call all protocol observed. So you can't call everybody name who needs to be called. So in the CDC tradition, I would say revolutionary protocols observed. I am actually, this is my second time in the Twin Cities. The last time I was here was about 10 years ago. I am very impressed. I'm not surprised at the CDC spirit. I will try not to bore you tonight. I was asked to speak on President Tweah's Propo agenda. Let me first issue my usual disclaimer. You know, when you hear the word Propo agenda, it is associated with the paradigm shift in economics in Liberia. And that is the sole purview of the economists among us, chief of which is the Honorable Finance Minister, Tweah. I'm not an economist, so before anyone go and demolish what I'm about to say tonight, because it lacks economic foundation or basis, I will be coming to you from a sociological perspective of the Propo agenda. I will be talking to you on the basis of political economy, value, price, and profits. In every society, we tend to make progress and invent things based on the necessities of the moment. And the Propo agenda has its background and backdrop in the miserable failure of our over 170 years of capitalism that seek and sought to breed what you do here so successfully in the United States. Create a middle class, and that middle class will have the means of production and indeed will create wealth. In Liberia, we are a consumption society. We are a bunch of consumers. We barely produce anything. And as a result of that, the economy is such that it's organized where a majority of your foreign exchange goes towards buying rice and consumables. Even the great commodities you exported before and you were proud of, Firestone will now tell you that the once great, largest plantation in the world produces less than 5% of Firestone's worldly output in production. Your mining sector, where you used to mine iron ore, is even in a state where it's producing less than it's used to in a different quality than it used to. Yet, you still continue the model that you continued, and it has created and did create masses of poor Liberians for so many years. Now, there will be many who will have other explanations
for why Liberians are poor, and indeed there are so many, neo-colonialism being one, corruption being another. But there was always the attempt and the need to find an answer and find a solution. In 2018, upon coming to power, President Tweah and the CDC launched the Pro-Poor agenda. What does this mean sociologically? It means now we are no longer looking to create middle classes. We are no longer looking to have rising tides lift every boat. It means that the first thing you must do is you must stabilize and equalize the society. How do we do that? There are two fundamental American politicians I will quote to give you a perspective on what sociologically the Pro-Poor agenda means. John F. Kennedy said in 1961, if a free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. Ronald Reagan, in 1981, 20 years later, said, how can you love your country and not love your countrymen? And in loving them, reach out a hand when they fall, heal them when they are sick, and produce enough incentive to make them equal in fact and not just in theory. In those two statements lies the fundamental basis of the sociological aspect of the Pro-Poor agenda. We could not continue a Liberia where so many of our brothers and sisters were poor, and few, in Liberia, the statistics is you have the people with disposable income is about 4,000. Those are people who, like my friend Sidiki, who can afford to go out on a Friday night, get a little shot. Okay, sorry. Who can afford to go out, have a good time, go to a nice restaurant. No economy can manage with 4,000 people with disposable income. So, the Pro-Poor agenda sought to do several things. Massive intervention on behalf of the poor, on those things, the fundamental basis of those things that they must do with themselves, for themselves. What is the first thing? The largest pro-poor housing construction in the history of Liberia. Many of you will say, oh, there was Matari or there was Cabra Estate, right? But remember, those estates were for working class. Cabra started for working class Liberians. Matari was for middle class Liberians. I'm talking about massive construction of housing for the poor, giveaway. In my own constituency in the southeast, okay, you have over 800 homes being built and being given to poor people to live in for free. Okay, that is the kind of massive intervention I'm talking about. So imagine your neighbor no longer gets up in the morning and is resentful because you happen to live in a nice house, because now there has been an intervention that gave him a house also. Is it enough? Maybe not nearly, but it's a start. And it's the first start. Massive, okay, housing. As a lawmaker, one of the things I experience the most is the first thing people come to ask you for is their rent. A lot of people are in need of that. So housing is the first thing the Pro-Poor agenda tackled in 2018. Then all of you will hear one way or the other the issue of free tuition at the university level. Okay, this is a first. When we came into power in 2018, there was this club of the university where students would rush to you a massive amount of credits until the president announced that, look, Liberians who can afford to learn must be able to learn without the challenges of economics. Your ability to go to school, to have higher education must not depend on the pocketbook or the pocketbook of your sponsor. That must be a government responsibility. And because of that, thousands of students go to university every year without having to worry about the financial some are arguing, that has its drawbacks, and the budgetary. That's our job in the legislature, to make sure we allocate and appropriate the money for that. But that is an example of what pro-poor means in the sociological sense. The Minister of Gender is here, and one thing she does, especially in the rural areas, and I'm a rural lawmaker, usually I distinguish myself from the rural politicians. I'm a rural lawmaker, I'm a rural politician, is, I think you'll call it cash transfer program, right? For women and children. Those of you who are from the United States, you know of WIC, women, infant, and children. That's a welfare scheme. You now have cash transfer programs to these rural women, to poor women, to be able to afford basics, milk, food, dietary stuff for their children. Massive program for that. Then you have, in following up on the pro-poor agenda, you have the issues of the building of the first military hospital. Those who serve us, okay, the veterans, are people who are now have hospitals dedicated to them to give them free and quality medical care. My father was a soldier. At the time our father served in the military, there was BTC clinic. Now we have 14 military hospitals. Okay? And just most recently, the president went to the president went to Bassa, went to Buchanan, and gave hundreds of outboard motors to artisanal fishermen to be able to produce more fish so they can feed more families, so they can feed more people. This is a few of the kinds of things, and this is the trajectory of where the pro-poor agenda is taking you. Now, Robert Reich, who is an American Labor Secretary under President Bill Clinton, will be a great admirer of this concept because they will call it a welfare state. Some Republicans and some right-wingers might frown on that. But the issue here is this. Here is Liberia. It is for all of us. How do you feel? How would we feel when thousands of our citizens cannot afford the basics? The pro-poor agenda says it is the business of government to make those kinds of interventions for people who cannot do it for themselves. Because some of the building blocks of what we needed to do, we didn't do it for 175 years. We got a great agricultural sector that you will see in the next phase of the Tweah administration, in the next phase of the CDC government, and the president is going to win in 2023, no question. You will begin to see the transformation of the agricultural sector as the building block of the foundations of a new Liberian society where Liberian citizens will now emerge to be able to play a more expert role in what they produce, will be able to feed themselves. We are now beginning to lay those bases. For the first time in 12 years, in spite of your pro-poor interventions, we are increasing revenue by about $200 million. For the last 10 years, it's been stuck around $500 million to $535 million. The budget that was just submitted to us is $725 million. And so, when you look at an attempt by the administration to inject the pro-poor agenda into the sociology of Liberian society, you see that indeed rising tide, in another sense, lift all boats. The interventions that the government is making purposefully on behalf of its citizens, on behalf of the poor, is producing results. And you know, interestingly, for those of you who are Christians, that is also a Christian thing to do. Okay? I remember long before I heard the word pro-poor, I heard the phraseology, options for the poor. That was in 1978 when the Catholic Church declared that. So, the roots of the pro-poor agenda has its basis in social passion, in social justice, in making society equal in fact and not just in theory. And you can stand proud in spite of everything and know that the interventions being made by the CDC government is indeed having impact. You know, some of your friends, you know, who are in the States and maybe some in Liberia who are a little bit on the upper side of the income level might not be impressed because they are not building their homes, but their neighbors, the people who traditionally beg them, are indeed feeling the impact and will continue to do so. Then there's this radical transformation of society on the issue of freedom of speech, of the freedoms that we all believe in. If you look at it, when this government came to power, it eliminated criminal libel. Where my press man? You know, those press people know, Jimmy Mambo, those press people know how important it is. You know, as much as they are right, I don't want to characterize some of the things that describe us, as much as some of us don't like what they write. They no longer have to go to jail for that because the criminal libel laws were eliminated. When you look at the issue of dual citizenship, for many of you here who got stuck in a rut, who were forced to flee a war that you did not create, to come to the United States and then obtain a status, to then be denied citizenship. The pro-poor agenda said that was not fair. The initial advocate before the Monrovia politicians joined on our bandwagon, the initial advocate for the dual citizenship was President Tweah. I recall that very well because one of the first legislation we introduced, Akaris and myself, which was revived recently, was the change in the Immigration and Nationalization Bill, which has passed the House of Representatives, which says once a Liberian, always a Liberian. And then, finally, the issue of the humility of power, the issue of breaking down the basic building blocks of being humble in power. Let me tell you something from a personal experience. It was during the height of COVID. The Minister of Health had gone to the President and asked the President to lift the curfew, to roll it back. We had a handle on the COVID-19 pandemic in a manner in which she was comfortable as the Chief Health Officer to roll the curfew back. The President called me. Florence, what are you doing? I said, you know, give my usual excuse. I was working. He said, I'll come. And the President of Liberia got in his vehicle. I was sitting next to him. He was driving. And I discovered parts of Morlu that I had not seen before, even though I grew up in Liberia. We drove the places where the President grew up. He was trying to observe before approving what the minister said, what the Liberian people were doing. He was trying to observe before he approved the lifting of the COVID curfew, what was going on in the neighborhoods. Can you imagine? I'm sitting right next to, the man next to me who's driving is the President of Liberia. I think there was only one EPS vehicle behind us, and we're navigating traffic. That is the humility of power. And that is what led, you know, in Africa where everybody overthrowing everybody over 3 terms, what did President Tweah do? he put up a referendum to reduce his term. And you know the reason why it wasn't hypocritical, because he didn't say, let me serve my 2 terms, and then at the end of my 2nd term, we'll do the referendum. He said, I will do the referendum so it can affect me in my 2nd term. Okay? The very opposition who is here, you mean if he does this, the historicity, the going down into history of such a feat could not be allowed. Gather up and explain bogus things to our people, and they didn't succeed. But imagine a president of Liberia, a president, putting that in the law. That is the sociology of the program. So before I take my seat, I can tell you, Madam Chair and members of the CDC, your struggles have not been in vain. You can sit here, you know, we read all kinds of, and I hesitate to use my language. I don't want to use the usual language that I use in my private time. No, I won't use the crude one. We'll just say, you listen to all kinds of languages and you read all kinds of stuff on the internet. And sometimes, as the minister was saying, people get disenchanted. Okay? It is designed to make you so. It is designed for you to get disenchanted. Because the kinds of things that is happening within the realm of the transformation of Liberia under the pro-poor agenda, under the CDC government, cannot be something that can be phantomed by any other government or any other opposition, because it will mean the perpetuation of the CDC philosophy and the pro-poor agenda. And it scares them. So you can be proud tonight, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, and related officers, that you hold the legacy of a great party, that you hold the legacy of a great revolutionary organization, that your job as the ambassadors, yes, you know, look, the purple agenda is so defined that you know, the people, they didn't write my speech, but they reminded me one thing, which was very important. The roads. Let me tell you about the roads. This one is very interesting. What is very interesting about the roads. You know where the president started to pave? He started the paving in the neighborhood roads where the poor live. So if you go to all the side streets, okay, Tweah community, all those places where people used to walk in a paper mill, sometimes we charge them double just to go in. People riding there where it used to take 45 minutes just to get to your house. You get to your house in 5 or 6 minutes because the road is paved. All of the neighborhood roads. All of the neighborhood roads. Okay. That again is the symbol of the pro-poor. Because it could have been easier to just go, you know, do the usual thing, do the usual highways, and let the people suffer. Right now, all of that. Okay, and there are many more things, others that I have not remembered to me, that people will show you that indeed the pro-poor agenda is truly pro-poor. Okay, and that is something you can be proud of. And that is something you can work towards. And that is something you can hold your head up. Because let me tell you something.
Operations Manager Dan Ogamba.
I don't know about the opposition, and you know, in every democracy there has to be opposition, I guess. Everybody can create a party, a political party they want to, but the Liberian people will be heading in one direction. The Liberian masses will be heading in one direction. This is the first time. Easy access to the president. Easy access to power.
Pro-poor accessibility.
You got. Sometimes, you know, you sit with the president and you get tired because he's chatting with somebody in West Point. Okay, he's chatting with somebody in Dole community, he's chatting with somebody in Grand Crew, he's chatting with, you know, everybody feel they got to tell the president, give the president advice. And somebody asks me, well, how do you manage? You know, don't you get tired? And he doesn't. This is a president that go to bed 2, 3 in the morning, chatting, reading everything that comes to him from the masses of the people. Not the things we send him, the voluminous nonsense of academia, but from the masses of the people. Okay, he wants to know how they are doing. He intervenes for them. Okay, he picks up the phone, he calls government ministries. oh, so person, I was living so place, I know, you know, they got that kind of problem, you need to help them. Okay? That is the devolution of power. That is what the global agenda is about. And that is what George Tweah is about. So again, thanks for inviting me. I'm just so overwhelmed and so proud tonight that looking at you here, I wish you would all take the opportunity to come and see what is happening in Liberia. Do not believe what you read. Go and see what is happening, because the transformation of Liberia under the global agenda is just simply phenomenal. I thank you very much.
Deputy Speaker J. Konati Kofa just wrapped up a beautiful speech to a capacity audience here at 207 Chestnut Street, Chaska, Minnesota. Beautiful speech there. That speech will go a long way as we delve into it and understand exactly what he said here tonight. Stay with Judah Hard Talk, FM 107 on the global stage. I present you developments out of Chaska, Minnesota, the CDC USA inaugural.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know we all hungry, right? It is time that we eat before we give the honor to our dynamic chairperson. So at this time, I will call on Yuvo and Doris. Yuvo and Doris will be serving here over here. We'll be serving our high-end table and our other table to the other end. Yuvo and Doris, please assist our guests and serve them what they want to eat in the other table over there. And we will start from the table right here. If you can walk back there, go get your food, please do so. We try to do it hurriedly. As soon as we get 50% of people get the food, we want to try to get our chairperson to speak. So the honor is yours. Can you please go get your food? Please go get your food. Let it just look at this. Won't be fast. We'll look at back out.
You should know I got it, and you don't need to guide me too. I'll be right beside you in anything that you do. If you ever need to, I'm running to you.
Eddie Trawale.
It's cause I know that I got you. One day will bless everybody, oh, and it's because of your good. I don't need to know I'm out of control. You never let go.
CDC ladies, we need some help at the food table. If you are CDC lady, where are you from? Virginia, DC, or wherever you from? Please assist us at the food table. It is our duty to serve our people regardless of which chapter we are from. We need help, please help us serve the food.
And also, please be aware that the bar is open for now. So please go get what you can drink. The bar is open. So the bar is open. Please make sure all of my people check what you can eat. Check what you can eat. The thing not use so far by it. Before you spoil your eating today.
Please take your plate. If you have your plate on the table, please take your plate with you as you proceed to get your food. Thank you.
right there. This is Jerome Doe, the inaugural chairman. Very energetic, and of course, a great enthusiast as well. Seditious, he is. Jerome Doe, welcome to the microphone. How you doing?
Well, my good people, welcome to our city.
How did you pull this off? Everybody was saying it's Thanksgiving weekend, nobody will be here. You have a capacity crowd.
You know, there's something that most of us don't know. Seditious are people that are resilient.
Right.
No matter what the situation is, the party is supreme. So when it comes to CDC, there's no limitation.
Yes.
Go on and on.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
No doubt. How's it going, Minister Doe? Welcome to Senior House of Microphone. How you doing?
Thank you, thank you.
Tell me your own feelings about this occasion here.
We are happy to be here. Not surprised though by the energy level, as the Deputy Speaker said, because this is
talking about the Deputy Speaker. I listened to that speech. There are a lot of takeaways. What's your own takeaway?
Well, he gave a clear definition of what the program is all about. It's about catering to the least man. Gone are those days when the tap were always catered to. Today, it has to be the common.
He clearly demonstrated that today the Liberian presidency is accessible by ordinary people.
You can see a president at red light having conversation with the people. Something you may not have seen forever. This is the change of the political dynamics of our country. And like you rightly said, this is all about the least coming up to a very good place.
Wow.
But of course, he couldn't have said it better. And we thought the PROPO stands for those who actually need Liberia's system most coming up to the top.
Your final thoughts, sir?
Well, it's great to be here. I call this place home away from home because we've been here before. Great to see all of our people. I see the chairman here, one big brother that I always relate to. And we know 2023 is no turning back. This is about moving forward in the interest of our country, and we must ensure Liberia gets better. Thank you.
Somebody's asking, where are your colleagues from Spoon?
They are in their Spoon case.
Money pie, yeah. Yeah. Money pie, yeah. Kabagiana. Teresa Pierre City, your Prince is not here tonight. Prince Sherry is not here tonight.
Thank you. Yeah.
Folks in the queue to get a plate, something to eat. And we are bringing it to you live and direct. Lucky, what's up? How you doing?
Yeah, do.
I came in for my interview later, bro.
Oh, sure.
I'm gonna go out for a friend.
Yeah, go do that. Money by, yeah, that's my plate. How you doing? Kebagian.
I can't ask to make this practice. But we don't have down in our favor. We expect to listen to the member address of the single chair. The woman who will stay here, they are citizens of the CDC USA. And so all divisions are asked to very fast. We have also observed that one of our Liberian AGS division is around the corner. We're going to destroy the state with some of the Liberian music. As the DJs are making fast to ensure that we begin our program. We will only allow 10 more minutes for us to observe our nutrition. We gave 10 minutes to observe nutrition, and we subsequently will dive into the program. Tweah will be mounting the podium to inspire us before the cheerleaders and they will inaugural address. Tweah will back the podium. So we urge us in vision to make it started. We are only left for 10 minutes. We are only left for 10 minutes. As Tweah will begin to take over the microphone.
That's the Pennsylvania chapter president or chairman.
Minnesota female.
Yahaya Talata Sharif on the dance floor.
The Minnesota women. Our caterers, make sure you clear the remnants of the hard table. Please come and get the bowls on the hard table, the plates. Minnesota women, please come and get the plates on the hard table. We are about to start the program. Minnesota leadership, please come and collect the plates. The remnants on the hard table as we are about to start the program. We just got 3 minutes of 2 minutes. 2 more minutes. The Minnesota women, please make make sure you collect. Make sure you collect.
Out of my mind. Wow. I think about the girl all the time.
2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Thank you ever so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, cadre stalwart of the ever-potent, indomitable, revolutionary Mali Congress for Democratic Change. You are asked to take your respective seats as we are about to begin our program. We urge all citizens to take their respective seats as we are about to dive into the other segment of our program. We need your perfect decorum. We need your perfect decorum. We urge our citizens to take their respective seats as we begin our program. Amanda Africa Awetu. Yo, the party release supreme. Yo. Yo, the party release supreme. Yo. The fear, the fighting spirit of the party. Yo. The fighting spirit of the party. Yo. Benya, CDC, Benya, the party release supreme. Benya, Amanda, answer the battle cry away to. Amanda answer more than that away to. Thank you ever so much. Thank you ever so much. Let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Minnesota women for preparing a very delicious meal for sufficient domestically and internationally who have come to grace our unique inaugural program. Sedition, we are wonderful people. We believe in imparted discipline. And that is why the guys on the other side will never make or they will never match us. No matter what they want to copycat, but they will never match the party. The party remains supreme. At this point in time, before we call on the president that we introduce, before we call on the introductions of our national chair, we will now ask that we begin with an interlude of music. We'll begin with an interlude of music, and that will be done by one of Liberia international-based musician, and he is commonly known as Tweah. And so at this point, we would like to invite Brother Tweah to come and inspire us. And so Brother Tweah will come and inspire us with an interlude of music to stir out the process before we invite onto the Russian, our distinguished and powerful chairlady, the woman that will deliver the onward trajectory of the revolution of the Multi Congress for Democratic Change. So Tweah will be coming in
the artist, is about to make his debut here.
Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you, Binza.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome one of Liberia's best international-based musicians, Mr. Tweah.
I happy. Jehovah bless you, no make it curse you. Jehovah bless you, no make it curse you. Your time now, your time, nobody can stop it. Your time now, your time, nobody can stop it. I don't go away. Why did I? Make some noise! I know you now. Say whoa, whoa. I can hear you. I know you now. Say whoa, whoa. Say yeah. Say swoop. DJ, take it out. Let me talk to these people a little bit. Y'all having fun tonight? I want to recognize all the dignitaries in the building. Shout out to y'all from your boy D12. Y'all already know I ain't no order in deal crossing all that extra stuff. But when I'm music, you know. Yeah. If you want your Mulbah news, you and mama. If you want your Mulbah news, you and mama. Say, God forbid. I run, I can't see my woman. Are you ready for showtime? I'm not to it before, I can do it again. Call me the dada, I can do it again. You must show me respect when you calling my name. Show me respect when you talking about me. You must show me respect. Calling my name, show me respect. See, call me the bro, call me the shiggy. Call me the bro, call me the shiggy. And I do it before. If nobody talks about you, nobody. If nobody chewing your bone, make some noise! DJ, let's do it. Drop it. So mora, there's a new car on Facebook, but I'm so la la. Loving you, I can tell I say photo. My pass of you know where I'm got to confess. You gotta confess. Are you ready? Go! Enjoy. Like I say, enjoy. Another man treasure, another man fools, another man person.
Tweah, what a performance. What a performance by Tweah, the artist.
Please take your respected seat.
Just before the inaugural address by Her Excellency Chairman Constance Swen Duopu. What a show there by Tweah. I believe all of you in TV land really did enjoy it. And Jida Hard Talk is from the center of it all. Thanks for tuning in and being part of this. So let us know how well was it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that great music.
Tweah was very splendid.
It's one of my favorite, you know.
Was very splendid.
Dance to the music.
Very great.
We're going to get back into our program.
In a photo up right
we'll
now.
ask the bar to please close for some time because we're about to get into a little bit of talking. So, if you are controlling the bar,
yes, yeah.
Okay, special announcement from the chairman of Minnesota that if you are a member of the Minnesota chapter, they want you to be at the door because you'll be escorting the cheerleading. So, Minnesota chapter, please make sure you are over there. Okay. You'll be escorting the chairman for CDC USA.
Right.
So make sure that you're at the door there. Please, we're about to get your talking. If you're controlling the bar, please. I will honor the guest from Labro. I will touch that guest from Labro. So, we're going to have the introduction of the national chairman, and that will be done by Miss Constance Duopu. Please clap for her. She's going to be introducing the national chairman. Please clap for Miss Isabel. And the dishes of this and the brother, she carry a man there. And it's you here. Minnesota chapter, y'all please keep quiet, slow, baby, I was told that I get for Labro. Somebody about to speak, please. If you control the bar, please close it. You're not down when you drink. In 5 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman of CDC USA, Constance G, Swen Duopu, our mother, His Excellency George Patton, Liberia's ambassador to the United States and Canada, installing officers, officials and members of CDC Liberia, officials and members of CDC USA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, families and friends, greetings and good evening. It is an honor of a lifetime to be surrounded by my fellow Liberians for this momentous occasion. If asked to describe my mother, I would describe what a strong, unrelenting force she is. She is and has always been, since I was a child, a grounding force and anchor in my life. Someone I've grown to admire from her sheer tenacity and wisdom. My mother has always been a fighter for social, economic, and political justice, always instilling those values and morals in me and my siblings. Coming from humble beginnings, my mom never deterred from her aspiring ideals put in by her parents. Okay. Growing up, she was a tomboy, always contesting structural barriers that often designated women and girls to exist in the background. She was always determined to prove those who didn't believe in her wrong and transcend any barriers placed in her path. Graduating from St. Joseph Catholic School in Greenville, Sino County, she later entered Zion Community College prior to the war. After this...
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please do us a favor? Well, let me get over it. Hello? We understand, excuse me. We understand the cheerleader is about to come in. Yo, wait. Hello, can you guys please take it easy? Please, look, ladies and gentlemen, she will be introduced. Okay? Now come in. You know what? We're going to do this in a different form. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to escort the cheerleader in. What?
What we're going to do here, we are going to listen the 5 gentlemen of the CDC and the children. When they are done, the first gentleman will join his wife. I will be in front of them and then we'll escort them. So let the children go ahead and have what they want to do.
Okay, let us continue.
Can we have some silence, perfect decorum? Can we allow civility, respect to the chairman? Please, let's be quiet and listen to the introduction. We are here for Madam Chairman Constance Swen Duopu. It's her hour, her time, please.
Okay, let us continue again. Coming from humble beginnings, my mother never deterred from aspiring for the ideals that her parents raised her with. Growing up, she was always a tomboy, contesting structural barriers that often designated women and girls to the background. She was always determined to prove those who didn't believe in her wrong and transcend barriers placed in her path. Graduating from St. Joseph Catholic School in Greenville, Sino County, she later entered Zion Community College prior to the war. After the cessation of hostilities, she continued on her educational endeavors by entering a mid-level certificate program in statistics and demography at the University of Liberia. Later on, going to enroll in main university programs majoring in sociology and demography. Due to her travel to the United States, she was led to the University of Minnesota, where she graduated with a bachelor's degree in sociology and global studies. Not satisfied with her first degree, she then went to attend St. Mary's University of Minnesota, where she was able to obtain her master's degree of Health and Human Services Administration. My mother has worked over 20 years in the field of social work and human services, and until recently she worked with Ramsey County Department of Human Services, where she was in charge of case management. Currently, she is acting CEO of her company, L-Care and Trading Services. With her unrelenting courage to achieve her dreams, her unbending resolve to make her a positive impact in the lives of others, she has an indomitable spirit and courage as a leader. She will not take no for an answer. She will not take a lack of effort or excuses. Ladies and gentlemen, members of CDC USA, you are blessed to have my mother as a leader. party. She lives, breathes, eats, and dreams CDC every day. Looking back, especially while living at home, but even still when I come home from college, I will hear her on those teleconferences day and night for CDCs, discussing CDC-related events, scheduling everything. It's constant in our home. As many have learned, it is not a good idea to bet against her. She has a fighting spirit. She can be kind, but stern. She is affable, but strong-willed. She always fights for what she believes in, and always considers the views of others. She is the ultimate team player. My dad can attest to that because they've been married for 26 years. This is longer than they've even lived together with their parents. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I am honored and feel a sense of great pride and humility to introduce my mother, my guide, our chairwoman of CDC USA, Constance G. Swen Duopu. Thank you and God bless.
You
We urge all partisans to go to the respective seats to give the corridor to the media. All partisans, please go to the respective seats as the media take charge of all recording. Partisans of the Congress for Democratic Change by extension coalition, the Coalition for Democratic Change, take your respective seat as the media take charge of all recording. Take your respective seat as the media take charge of all recording. We urge a perfect decorum. We urge a perfect decorum. We urge a perfect decorum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to turn the microphone over to one of Liberia's female gladiators who will take charge of the politics in the U.S. Amanda! I hear you. Amanda! Amanda!
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me do some housekeeping before I start my speech. To all our friends and families who came from far and near to grace this occasion, I want to acknowledge your sacrifice and love for us by identifying with us today. CDC USA. I say a big thank you, a heartfelt thank you to you all. To our host chairman, Chairman Charles Cody and his team, and the partisans of Minnesota chapter. You did a good job. Thank you very, very, very much. I'm sorry that my boss is not present. The dutiful and untrained chairman of the inaugural committee, Partisan Gerundo, and all the members of the committee. I say thank you on behalf of our National Executive Committee. Thank you very much. To the installing officer, our own mother politically, Madam Piso Ta, I say thank you. Thank you for such a job well done that we can follow your footsteps. To all the powerful women of CDC USA, what can I say to you? I am one of you and will always be. My fellow women, this is our time.
Atina,
I want to say thank you. I say thank you. Thank you, one and all. His Excellency George Patton, Liberia Ambassador to the United States, our distinguished guest speaker, Honorable John J. Fonati Kofa, Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Republic of Liberia. Our installing officer, our own sister and friend, a daughter of CDC Minnesota and CDC USA, Madam Piso Sedita, Minister of Gender and Social Protection. My immediate boss is not here tonight, but I'm just going to address him. Honorable Mulbah K. Morlu, Jr., our dynamic, uncompromising, and global chairman. He is represented here today by his deputy, Calabar Williams. I say, sir, I salute you. Honorable Stephen Logan, Chairman Emeritus CDC USA. Honorable Jackson K. George, Consul General to Minnesota. Councilor Louis Nimine, Minister Councilor Liberia's Permanent Mission to the United States. Partisans of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change, partisans of the Mighty Coalition for Democratic Change, officials and members of civic and political organizations in Minnesota, fellow Liberians, my own president, President Green Gideon of the SAPO Association, the national president, I say thank you. My spiritual father who came but left, Reverend Dr. Francis O.S. Tapa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends, one and all, our queen, who is seated majestically. I am beyond delighted by the honor bestowed on me by my fellow partisans, who elected me during the Atlanta Convention to as chairman of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change in these United States of America. It was to this election I want to congratulate all those who participated. We are all winners. I'm extremely grateful for the confidence reposed in me to serve this great party for the next 2 years. As chairman, I want to thank my husband, the old soldier, Comrade Swen Duopu II. My partner and political ally for the past 30 years. Our beautiful children. I take this time to give you all my thanks and love and appreciation for your love that you have shown me. I want to talk and thank my mother. Mom, can you please come and stand by me?
The mother of Constance Swen Duopu walks up to the podium. No! Omar Cherry.
Who always taught me self-confidence and to be self-assured in the midst of pressure and barriers for women at an early age. At very tender age, I watched her strength, courage, and fortitude. Mama, thank you. I will be remiss not to thank all my well-wishers, family, friends, travel people, far and near, who have made the sacrifice to share these memorable moments with me and our party. Mrs. Agnes Titi Kuni, Mrs. Naomi Broderick Duopu, Mrs. Stephanie Logan Setro, Ms. Helena Morgan, Felicia Boaka, Mr. Alaska Wisner, Councilor Louis, and many others who came from out of state for this occasion. Before I dive into my speech, let me talk about someone who is not present. My play mother. I know nowadays there is nothing like play mothers in Liberia, but a lady who really impacted my life. Justina Tweah, she is not present. She used to braid my hair, she used to give me handouts, and she encouraged me to contest as Miss St. Joseph. And I won that contest. I want to say, Justina, you are not present, but thank you. To the Backburners, my backbone, thank you very much. Thank you. Let us all give a big round of applause to everyone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am not yet naive to the gravity, the historic relevance, and the enormity of this daunting responsibility to lead a political party. The ruling party, the most powerful political party in the history of the Republic of Liberia in the United States. As the first female chairman of CDC USA. It is a historic beginning for CDC USA and shall be the forward march to the ascendancy of women to the higher offices in our party and by extension the coalition for democratic change. The days of keeping women in the background are over. The days of keeping women in the background are over. Please, let me proceed. This is the Center for Women Leadership and Empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, women have always demonstrated leadership in civic and political life for generations. Women's political participation is a fundamental prerequisite for gender equality and genuine democracy. My administration will facilitate the conclusion and participation of women in CDC USA and CDC Global by encouraging in the decision making of all women in CDC USA and CDC Global, making process of our party and ensuring better accountability for the policies, trust, and public trust. We all are aware that women are underrepresented in public policy and decision making, especially in the governance space. As chairman of CDC USA, gender equality will be a top priority for our administration. Not because equality between men and women is important, but because women's political and economic participation is part and parcel of the growth and stability equation in a democratic society. broad-based grassroots party have always leaned on women empowerment. Women have played various roles in our party. The late Geraldine Doe Sharif and Muna Pelon Youngblood were stewards of our party. Minister Pinso Tar, our installing officer. Menwani Dix, Emma Glasgow, Paulita Weir, and many others are CDC women who are contributing to our country. We need more progressive and qualified CDC women in every level of our government. They play and continue to play an important role in our party. Our dynamic president, Dr. George Manewia, is the gender in charge. A supporter of women's rights and empowerment. As I take the mantle of leadership as CDC USA Chairman, I stand on the shoulders of great men and women who have worked tirelessly and have made great sacrifice to this institution. Special homage to Comrade Samuel D. Tweah Jr., the first chairman of CDC USA, who conceptualized the idea of forming a grassroots, broad-based majority political party in the state of Minnesota with other well-meaning Liberians. To the CDCs in the United States and Liberia, who died in the struggle for social justice and economic equality in our country, we will never forget your struggles and sacrifice. Ladies and gentlemen, as I embark on this challenging road to lead our party in the United States, my paramount and singular objective is to work with our global leadership team and every citizen, present or not present, activate and non-activate the re-election of Dr. George Manewia, second term in 2024. As of tonight, this administration will begin to put Team 2023 strategic framework in place tonight. We will and must not leave the re-election of the president to a chance. We must start the game early to finish well. By this addition, my administration will work with the Global Chairman, Honorable Mulbah K. Morlu Jr. in working out the strategic modalities and plans for the president's re-election. We as CDC will contribute financially and logically to campaign throughout the length and breadth of the United States and Liberia to re-elect President George Manewia. Please give me your attention. It is my hope that CDC USA CDC USA will water 3 loads of plane, will charter 3 loads of plane of membership fully committed to campaign, energize, and mobilize our people in 2023. We will leave no stone unturned by engaging our people, by enlarging our Big Ten party to bring on board the youth and the young people of Liberia who are the future of our country. Listen, it is important to keep our coalition stronger. Again, it is important to collaborate, to look for the weaker parties that are roaming around and bring them on board. And we can only do that when we engage. Tonight we have other political party leaders here. To my sedition, as we engage and we move towards 2023, let me say this to you. We will be sitting with other political party leaders. We are not enemies. There is no permanent enemy in politics. We have to talk to those who do not want to listen to us. So when you see me at a function, at CDC or ANC function, do not go and take pictures and say she betrayed the party. We are ready to bring on board Alexander Committee today. Liberia. The common denominator is Liberia in this case. And we know the other people, they are no alternative. They have nothing to offer the Liberian people. We are the solution and we must engage these people. We have started concrete talks with parties in Canada, Australia, and other parts of the diaspora to form strong international engagements. By doing so, CDC USA would like to sign a memorandum of understanding with our global chairman and our leadership in Liberia.
You gotta recoup me. Amanda.
Thank you. CDC USA, we want to sign this understanding with our global chairman on some key issues of making President Tweah and to brainstorm on strategies that are intended to make our party a fundamental political force for the foreseen future in Liberia. On that note, Mr. Carl Williams, we suggest that CDC USA form part of the National Executive Committee of CDC Liberia. Hold on, I know. We want to participate in Monday strategic planning meetings. We want to form part of every electoral process when it comes to the executive committee. Yes. Not just on paper, but in turn. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we come to this position with a deep passion to serve and not to be served. Our administration comes with strong determination to make a difference for our people. with the Calabash Committee chairperson and member and the rank and files of stewards of this great transparent leadership, we solicit the effort and contribution of all members of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change, by extension, the Coalition for Democratic Change in the United States of America. We want a party where every voice is valued and respected. My administration will endeavor to make accountability and transparency a hallmark of our leadership. Every citizen has a right to be informed about the day-to-day affairs of the party. We will make sure members have access to financial records periodically and have a clear picture of our financial status as an organization. By doing this, CDC USA will reawaken the trust of its members and draw new members to its ranks. We should never be afraid to reach out to new members. We should be confident in our party, our political and ideological philosophy that is based on the ideas of social and economic justice, peace and prosperity through the proper agenda for transformation. Our administration looks forward to a healthy and robust debate on issues confronting our party, and we will find common grounds and solutions. What we will not tolerate is unnecessary distraction, character assassinations, and petty bickering that only undermine the forward movement of our party. Let me sign this warning. If you do not want to be a part of a solution, we urge that you get out of the way. This administration will not be in the business of justifying and litigating the past. Those who just want to sit and watch and criticize will be making a serious mistake. We will not give you any credence. We will make every effort to tap into your skills, your expertise, and experience of every citizen. We will hold each member accountable for their actions and interactions. CDC USA belongs to all and its due paying members. Those who do not pay their dues will not have voting rights and will not be in CDC USA and the coalition chat rooms to create problems for the institution CAP 2023. The chat rooms are for members who are committed. Put your mouth where your money is. I am talking about paying members, CDC due paying members. We need money if we're going to charter 3 planes filled with seditions to move to Liberia. We're going to be engaged in a lot of fundraising. Sacrifice is what needed, not talk. Fellow partisans, comrades, and militants of the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change, members of the Blue Revolution, are in with this mandate. the re-election of Dr. George Manneh Weah for second term begins tonight. Let us go, let us move, and let us go and win 2023. I thank you all. May God bless our great country, Liberia. May God bless the people of Liberia. May God guide and protect our great president, Dr. George Manneh Weah. Thank you, and God bless you and your families. Thank you all.
People of Barcelona, fellow Philistines, one man, he died giant. Complete popo, giant with your soul. You like your us, you say you are the light. The you complete darkness. Free population. Black people in the time, one I make it, one I let giant.
DJ, drop it. We ask all partisans to go to the respective seats. As we begin the rumble through the program, we are making significant progress. Amanda. We are making significant progress. We'd like to use we'd like to extend our revolutionary thanks and appreciation to our dynamic chair for providing extemporaneous argument that will bring Baka face down. This woman will bury Baka face down. Even with the day of judgment day, you never have the opportunity to resurrect. Baka will be buried. I'm not talking about Kumi, because Kumi is a political dwarf. It's a one thing. Amanda, I hope Baka knows. I hope Baka knows and is sorry this. I hope Baka knows and is sorry this. We all do know we would like to use this medium to call on to the region, the chairman of the National Patriotic Party, USA, Mr. Charles Gondo to make a very distinguished remark. Mr. Charles Gondo, you have my salute. And after which, we have our biggest international-based musician, Tweah.
Thank you very much. Before I pass the mic over to my chairman, let me say this. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mr. Ambassador, our consulate, fellow partisan, friends, and well wishes. Today, for the first time, we had the opportunity as members of the coalition to speak at an event in preparation of this event today. And one thing we acknowledged our coalition partners was that in order for us to be able to be successful in 2023, we have to maintain this coalition. And I stated that 2005, we ran, meaning that the Congress ran as a single political party. 2005, when they got the mandate for Liberian people, but they did not win that election. I will say it again today. 2011, there was a switch. But yet and still, the Congress did not win. In 2017, when they decided to invite the National Patriotic Party, the party that had won election before, they won the election. And that's the reason why we're here today. So with that said, I don't want to take you off of your time. I will call on my chairman, the chairman of MPP in the diaspora. I'm the chairman for MPP in North Dakota. Let me just be specific about this. So I will call on Mr. Charles Gondo, who happens to be the chairman of MPP in the diaspora, to make a statement. Honorable Gondo, the mic is yours.
Fellow citizens, we need your perfect decorum at the back. For us that win the photo, we all that we respect our fellow partisans, a constituent member of the Coalition for Democratic Change. I say, Madam, we can pause the photo a little bit, please. We just need your perfect decorum, please. And let's give our Congress the opportunity. Amanda.
Good evening, guys. Chairwoman Constance Swen Duopu, Chairman Emeritus Stephen Logan, Honorable Minister Wilhelmina Biso Selita in the House. I would like to recognize you first, Minnesota's finest. You know, when human rights fight was just in the beginning, when Liberians started migrating to Minnesota, Biso Selita was one of our best. When we had the African Assistance Program, today, hold on 1 second. Gentlemen, in the background, if you guys want to take the podium, you can take it. And people in the background, you can come up if you want to talk. But I'm introducing somebody. I just want to get that respect. Whoever in the background that is talking, you can go ahead or you can come up front and talk. People have paid their dues in this country. When we had the African Assistance Program, Biso Selita was one of our founders in the African Assistance Program, giving people documents to work and providing nursing assistant certifications. What you have today in Minnesota as the Morris dealership, Morris Subaru dealership, is what we had as African Assistance Program. She served voluntarily without pay. to elevate Liberians. Today, we have one of the largest healthcare providers of communities in Liberia, in the state of Minnesota. It is because of people like these, fighting for women, and majority of those are from women in the Liberian community. Let's give Peace Society Time a hand of applause. I don't find it strange that today she serves as the Minister of Gender and Equality. She's always been fighting for the rights of women, not only women, but men as a whole. I remember back then in the days when my job had a problem, Peace Society was representing us as a lawyer. That was back in 2003, 2004. It tells you how far back she falls when it comes to representing people in the Liberian community. This is our pride. Let's respect it. This is our own. Even if the word today becomes corrupt, this is our own. Today, she is our own. Let's give it a pride. So, I will stop there on Piso. Our Deputy Speaker of the House, J. Kofa, I want to recognize you in the House here. Our Honorable John Diboti. My sister, and no less my little sister, Matilda Rato, who is the Queen of CDC USA. Matilda, we recognize you in the House. Ambassador George Patton, we want to recognize you. Honorable Jackson George Jr., whose father I work with, Jackson George Sr. I was privileged to work with his father in Minnesota here as Jackson George Sr. My father also worked with Lamco with his father, so I was just privileged to work with him, and we all grew up together in Lamco, Buchanan, and Lamco, Cape. So we are good friends.
It's a father thing.
It's a father's thing. CDC Liberia, Region 1, Jimmy Mambo, want to take the time to recognize you. We'll take the time. Sidiki Fofana is in the House. One of our working men who represent Morlu. We have Isaac Duo, Honorable Charles Koji, who has helped make this program a successful one. Charles Koji, I want you to stand up. Thank you very much for keeping the coalition alive. All over the U.S., we have not been privileged to find the coalition existing except Minnesota. We want to take the time to acknowledge you and thank you very much for your hard work. A lot of Liberians go from here, from CDC USA to Liberia. Some of the people who really recognize them, Gabriel Vincent William is in the House here. Gabriel is one of the persons who make it possible for all Cedicians who live from the USA. Gabriel is right here. Gabriel Vincent, we want to make sure we thank you very much. And we will have a lot of Cedicians going to Liberia this December. They will be coming to your house. Mr. Cable, who is our crown choice, who has paraded our agendas. We formed a channel, and today Mr. Gilmore is today here. We want to recognize him as one of the promoters, and the promoters of CDC USA. We want to recognize him to this in this house. To all members, we want to say this with the collaborating parties. NPP supports the coalition. I have been watching here. The president, Honorable McGill, he took about 5 or 10 minutes to watch this program. They are all appeased with all what we have done. And we want to take the time to thank everybody who has come on board. We have a lot of work to do. 2023 is our challenge, as Constance G said. NPP remains committed to the coalition, and we will do all we can to support this coalition, to support the president re-election in 2023. I want to take this time to thank everybody, and thank you all.
I don't really think I love now. Lyrical, mash up the key.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the National Patriotic Party, for delivering a very sound message. Without delay, I would like to use this medium to call on Tweah, who will once again inspire us. Then we can go directly to our fundraising program. Chief, you are welcome.
How about a John Boy? Yeah. So this is one final song before I leave, and I want everybody to celebrate. You know, this is an official CDC song. You already know. If you know this song, I want everybody to come out. Let's celebrate. What's the cheerleader?
Hello.
Cheerleader. So let's celebrate the cheerleader with this song before I take my leave, and then I'm gonna start the. Yeah, before we raise some money for the party and everything. So, y'all ready? Y'all ready? Yeah. Cheerleader, y'all come. Y'all come celebrate with money. Yeah. You ready, DJ? Are you ready now?
I said I was born to win. All I did was win.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we're getting to money business. One important part of today is the money business. Fortunate for we that work in the bank and keep people money, we are excited when we see money come in the bank. So we'll be excited to them when money is displayed on the floor or in the basket. And as I learned tonight, our target is $500,000 United States dollars. We can do it. We can do it. Everybody get 3,000. That return coming. The child loyalty coming. The double. We can make it. So we're going to call up someone who's going to be doing the launch of the project and the fundraiser. She's going to start it. She'll be co-assisted by our own friend and brother CDC will also be here. CDC will also be on the floor. So let us give our hands to Carla. The fundraiser will be done by Carla Shepherd. If that sounds like your name, you know, we're going to be very, very, psychedelic with things. The MC in my church always say, if that sounds like your name, because you don't want to be indicted for calling wrong name. We'll call on Carla Shepherd. Okay, she said, you see, I'm no falling, I'm a crewman.
Thank you, everybody. First of all, I want to say thank you tonight. Some of y'all stay for 4 hours out there before the door open tonight, and you're still here because you love your heart for us. So I want to say thank you to every one of you. Right now, it's time to talk about money. Let's speak money, please. I have a special mandate here from the chairman, Constance Duopu, that she needs 500,000. And the 500,000, they coming strictly from your CDC and some of invited. But we need that money. So please, I want you to take all your purse and your wallet, and I got cash out, and take the number down, 651-497-5380 for cash out. 651-497-5380 if you want to cash out. 651-497-5380. 651-497-5380. Carlos Shepherd. The reason I'm giving the cash out, because some of y'all here, y'all have only credit card. So we don't have the machine here tonight. We use the cash out. So we have another cash out. We had all in capital letter. CDC USA capital I.
I see India.
The dollar sign. CDC USA as another cash out. And tonight, your heard the chairman speaking tonight. She liked transparency. So for that, I bring in a basket that I want everybody to see through it. For you to put your money inside. There's no cheating here tonight. I will start to call our dignitary, and it's not a position they have, but because they are CDC. Before, in the home, the children can say, you will know the Christmas will ball. You see from the eve. You will tell from the eve. The way the old man will be buying the food and chicken will be tied behind the cross. So it starts from the heart and the children will start playing outside. So we start with our own people tonight.
You look inside your coat pocket then.
Hello? It's important that we understand one thing. And sometimes, hello? Just 1 minute, I beg you. I beg you right there. It's important you hear that story. It's really important you hear that story. I would think the reason why the man in Claratown and the man in my big brother town, Fonanti, and of course in Piso's village will say, we owe CDC is because, the Deputy Speaker, they were the ones putting in their money, their $5, their $2, their $3. Liberia is watching this program tonight. We cannot wish to say, we hope this is what CDC will do, this is what our government will do, when at least the minimum we can do is to put our money into directing the policy of the party. It will not be a good thing. Facebook Live to suggest that we not do nothing is not a good thing. But the acting chairman was telling me that he doesn't think the basket will be the best thing because CDC in America is bigger than everything else. Because when you talk about launching 500,000 fundraising, it may sound big. But when you look at what CDC is today, it was on the stock market in more than $1 billion. Isn't so? If you look at what CDC is today, after 12 years of sacrifice, keeping everything running is more than $1 billion. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, let us identify with our party. Let us identify with the things we want. Oh, we hope Piso will do this. We hope Magel will do this. We hope Tweah will do this. Let us identify with the direction through how we support the party that get the government in office. We don't need to call name, I know all the names here. We'll start from table to table. But before we do that, before we go to doing that, let us get the ball rolling. And so, in my view, before we call the people, let's start from the party. We'll call the financial vice chair for finance and the acting chairman. They will launch it officially with money. They will come from Liberia, check in their pocket and launch. Constance said she want more than they are winning.
You must launch before.
But the point is, let us launch it and see what we want to raise. Now listen to this. They said 3 things. They want to take 3 planes out of America to Liberia. They want to charter it. They just drive on the plane, go there free, go. 3 planes. A plane will take close to about 200 people free. Then you also want to own a hall here, a CDC hall. When you get baby shower, you pay 50%. A CDC hall, because you are a CDC, you go there. So we will call the acting chairman who will be accompanied by Mr. Uboti, the man who controls our money. They will officially launch it with some money to tell you people that as you rub the front, we rub the back.
Good evening, everybody. So, we are here today to raise money. I know some of you are very critical. Let me tell you what we're going to do. Community engagement. What do we mean by that? We want to have a car wash to empower our boys and girls to employ them. Whatever money you will be donating tonight, will go towards one of them. The second thing, we know our communities, we have problems with these houses, and thank God for President Dr. George Manawia for building homes for poor people. When we talk about sanitary issue, we want to build some latrine to help our people. The food pantry, you talk to people in Liberia, people hungry, your donation will help to feed people. And above all, the agricultural project. Please tonight, when you pray to God, we all say, God bless me, bless me, bless me. Bless your country today. If you don't have it, promise us we will call you, give 1,000. If you woman here working, you man here working, nothing less than 1,000. I will give it to my people and we'll raise that money. Thank you.
It's good to be here tonight, and we have to go through thick and stream to make it our duty. It is important that we provide the right narrative. I heard my able Vice Chairperson for Gender and Development talking about the purpose of the fundraising, and I think it's geared towards enhancing the work of His Excellency Dr. George Manawia, President of the Republic of Liberia and First President of our party. And the vision is to provide opportunity for our people. Whatever that will be raised here tonight will be to support projects in Liberia. And I'm glad I have on my immediate right the Vice Chairperson for Finance and Investment. And I'll use this time to call on other executive committee members of the Coalition for Democratic Change to come and stand by us. We want to say clearly that as we move on, the fundraising is important, but we would like to provide information as it relates to our activities for this event. The chairperson of Mulbah K Morlu, at this time, though we still expect him, but due to late arrival, we will be able to ably represent him. It is important to note that as a party, we consider that event very important. We made it our duty to be here tonight, even though other engagement. Let me appreciate our Honorable Deputy Speaker who left Monrovia to be here for this event, and others who flew more than 37,000 feet above ground level, as well as others who have been here to support us. But since we are talking money matter, when you hold the microphone, you don't talk money, it's different. Everybody try to encourage you to talk money matter. We want to say that we are the ruling establishment. Being the ruling establishment, like I said from the onset, we lay the basis. We will come in the financial Vice Chairperson for investment is here. We will come in with what we will provide you. But what is important for us to say to you is that funding we want to raise tonight will be used for projects in Liberia. and Liberia own it. Project to support His Excellency. So, Honorable Vice Chairperson, we have consulted, and we think that with the many developmental activities of the President in Liberia, the CDC USA will need to lead a team in Liberia on the ground. And if there's anything about clean going Liberia, it will be to implement the project, not only just to vote. And that's what we are talking about. And that's the kind of narrative we want to prepare for. People leaving USA to go and implement projects, joining other experts in Liberia with the kind of budget we have. And that's why we think that the funding to announce is important for us. From the National Executive Committee, representing His Excellency, the Chairperson, the Vice Chair for Finance Investment, we provide the figure. And then we'll move on to those in government. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think everything tonight is boiled down to how we will raise this money. $500,000, that's about $500,000. And we have this strong lady. You had a powerful speech that came up. Thank you very much. So $500,000 is not a joke. That's a lot of money. But it can be raised. It can be raised. So, having said that, looking at all the strong citizens here, in fact, your performance here tonight should exceed the performance of the delegation from Liberia. And I believe you can do that. So we just going to set the premise. We are setting the premise. And if all this money is not raised tonight, I think there will be subsequent fundraising to get this done. And every time there's a subsequent fundraising, you can also count on us. But to start with, with consultation with my colleagues in the CDC hierarchy, we will start you up with a fundraising with $10,000. And the $10,000 will be made available to the chairperson. We will title with you. You got my number. And then we'll take it from there. But again, this is just a beginning. We will continue. Every time there's a fundraising, because you have a very good program going on here. From what I observed tonight, what I saw tonight, you will be successful. Thank you very much.
Okay, the CDC is still in your house. We will call the Deputy Speaker and it's your CDC. Thank you to launch the program for us.
Well, I think it has already been launched, so...
They already launched. That means some money available.
Just like the Vice Chair for Finance, I have an early morning flight, so forgive me if I have to leave a little early while the program is going. In addition to what the Vice Chair just did, the Office of the Deputy Speaker will provide an initial $5,000. The chair knows how to get in touch with me. Let me tell you this little secret, not to take most of your time. We were conducting a hearing on education last week. One of the deputy minister, assistant minister, deputy minister, as I got up to lead the hearing, motioned to me and said, "I need to see you, Deputy Speaker." I said, "Sure." He came to my office and said, "The incoming chair lady of CDC USA is my sister." and I need you to take something for her. I said, sure, fine, I'll take anything. And the night before I left, about 9 o'clock, the guys came up to my room, I was sleeping early, and said, there's a deputy minister of education here. Are you expecting him? I said, no, I don't think so. But then I walked downstairs and I remember him, and he brought this big parcel and said, can you take it to my sister? And I dragged that parcel all the way to Minnesota today, and that parcel looks very beautiful on her. You look so lovely tonight, I want to tell you that. So I'm only saying that to say you know how to get in touch with me. We will provide $5,000. Thank you.
Hello, Minnesotans. Then we got our own that we sent outside there to Liberia, right? Our own daughter, we raised her, right? So we're going to call Piso City, the general minister. I'm sorry, ma'am. I will still end it there. So we will call Mr. Ta on the floor.
Thank you so much. On behalf of myself and my family, I'll go ahead and pledge, because I did not come here expecting to do this. I will go ahead and pledge $2,000, and again, the chairlady will, and this is an initial. I mean, as always, you know, I'm still a full-fledged member of the Minnesota chapter, so I'll be working hand in hand with the chapter on these projects. And as it comes to Liberia, naturally you'll be working with me, especially if it has to do with children and women and the vulnerable. So that's an initial pledge, and I'll be in direct contact with it. I don't want to say the chairlady because there's a structure. Who's the financial secretary, the treasurer? Okay, so y'all know how to get in touch with me, and let's get that done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. When it comes to you, I'm pledging $2,000. Thank you.
Hello. So we feeling we are big people. Hello. Yo, thank you, my people. Right now, I got my master sheet here. Yeah, he was speaking. Hello? I'm calling on Mr. Sibeko Basika, the port manager for Buchanan. Thank you. I will walk to you, Chief. You don't have to come all the way here, sir.
Thank you. Good job. But here is a story. When I heard you talk about $500,000, I knew you weren't talking immediate. You were talking about a process. You can't get $500,000 in an immediate movement like this. But for MPA Buchanan, it's $1,000. But it is a process. We will keep giving you money over and over and over because this is your government. We owe you this, and you're always going to get it. It's $1,000 from the MPA Buchanan, and you get it just the end of the month. Yes, a pledge. But I want to give $100 now to begin with. But it's $1,000, and let's keep talking. Let me keep giving money because it's yours money, it's yours government.
Thank you. Hello, my people. I'm going local now. I had to come to Minnesota. Hello? So I will call my own. Seeing all the pledges here, let me call my own first. I'm from Sino, Sapo, and I have my organization president here, and he would like to go. He just signaled me. So I will call the Sapo president in the house tonight, Mr. Green Giglio.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. DJ, thank you so much. I know the time is fast spent, but let me begin by observing the protocol here in this hall. Madam Minister, Honorable Council, Judge, Ambassador, counties and travel organizations here, CDC Hurricane, member of the United States Association of America, thank you for this night. It is a singular honor to be invited by this party, the leading parties in Liberia. We are glad to be here. The reason why we are here tonight is Madam Constance Duopu is a collaborator. When people collaborate, you collaborate with them in return. So thank you so much for this work. But there's something I want to all know tonight. I'm not a Cedician, but I'm a Liberian. A year ago, we're traveling to Liberia on the humanitarian purposes to build nurses' quarter. The idea came to us looking at the purple journals for this party. In our district, we are far away in Southern County and Johnson District. Women that are pregnant in labor, before they can drive from Johnson to Greenville, sometimes they die on a motorbike because there's no doctors. And no one is willing to go in our region to serve with the little mega resources that are paid by government, the doctors. To drive from Pinetown to go to Zwedro, most of the women died in pain on a motorbike. So we discovered a strategy. Those nurses who can go in our area because they receive $100 to pay rent, we said we'll provide housing for them. And we did that. We built the first nurses' quarter in Johnson District. As we speak, 2, 3 ongoing now, as we speak. Within 3 more, so that nurses will not complain. We see that as a motivating factors. The nurses that you receive $100, you go in my town, you live in a house like this, you pay no rent, it's free. But before our first trip to do the groundbreaking, while we are here, I must admit the fact that he deserves a round of applause. Honorable Jackson Josh, with the 11 presidents that travel away in Liberia for the visa, he asked what is the purpose. We said we're going to do this in our region. He said this is strictly humanitarian. Government will do something about it. And all of us 11 were given 11 visas free. Council, I want to say thank you so much. If we can have more than 4 to 5 or 1,000 of them, the government will operate in a free manner. It is a way the government should give so that we citizens that doing little can come in too. Some will question my being here tonight as a non-profit organization. But what the government is giving you too, is not also better to help the government? So we are here as a tribe and as a non-profit organization. We are a tribe of Tama Wasan, the first native vice president of Liberia. We are a tribe of the late vice agriculture minister, Flat Yimpa. We are a tribe, Honorable Minister. We are a tribe of Joe Wally, Oscar Tweah, Deacon Kala, Philip Kama, and the rest of them, Philip Kama, Mami Zaden, and others in government. If you look at the history of the Sapo, the struggle to making Liberia better, Sapo, our footprint is in the center time. So there's no way we can be left behind. There's so many people who question who we are in Liberia. Some say we are not a tribe. But don't hold me responsible for the history written by strangers. But Portuguese explorer who explored Liberia some 400 years ago. You believe that history, but you didn't believe me as a citizen. And that's a petition we sent to the government of Liberia. And I require that. But ladies and gentlemen, to be here tonight to support the cause of this administration, to invest in agriculture, I would suggest that the Southeastern region should be used because we have fertile soil. So on that note, the United Southern Association is giving a amount of $500 cash right now.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much, and God bless you.
United Southern Association, $500 cash. In the envelope. Here comes Ambassador George Martin Sr.
Hello, I want to deliver a special message here before I retire to my hotel this morning. If you give me a minute or two, this is a special message. A special message for everyone sitting in this hall. A couple of months ago, President Tweah announced that Liberia be celebrating 200 years of its founding.
Hello, somebody speaking.
A couple of months ago, President Tweah announced that Liberia will be celebrating 200 years of its founding. Those of you who have read Liberian history, you will know that around 1821, 1822, free men of color left these shores, went to Africa in search of a home. They founded Liberia. So next year, Liberia that was founded in 1822 will be 200 years old. President Tweah and the government are celebrating the bicentennial. So we are encouraging every Liberian that is in this hall, those who are on Facebook and listening to us, to be a part of that celebration. It is an entire year celebration. It is an entire year celebration. We encourage our people to come home and celebrate. Take your friends with you, take your family and celebrate. That's a message I want to deliver. I encourage you to go home and celebrate next year. The celebrations will understand start in December next month with a private group that is going to be doing programs. We encourage you to be a part of those programs. That's all I wanted to say. If you don't see me again, then good morning. I hope to see you again at another event. Thank you very much.
Ambassador George Martin.
Thank you. Right now we call some invitee by the chairperson. We got Agnes Taffin. Agnes Tappet. Okay. Agnes Tappet. So invited by the chairlady herself. Agnes. Okay. While Agnes coming, Stephanie get ready to come. Stephanie Jethro. That's it. Stephanie Jethro. That's Agnes on her way.
Hello everyone. My name is Agnes Titi Tabe-Kone, and Constance is a little sister to me who I admire greatly. She means business. So, since she put me on the spot, I hear everybody coming talking, but when you're talking money, no need for long speeches. I'm going to cash out $100 towards it. Go for vehicle.
Thank you. Stephanie. When Stephanie leaving, we call him Felicia Boaka.
I don't have WhatsApp. I don't have internet access.
Like Agnes, I won't keep this long either. The Duopus are family. So I will also cash out $100 to the cause.
Thank you. Felicia here? Felicia Boaka. Cleo Maswell. Is Maswell here? Anno Broswell. Cleo Broswell. She gone? Naomi? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, those are the invitees. So we call. Right now, I'm going to call the CDC themselves to support our own program. Please, I'm calling the National Queen to come.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to pledge, well, actually, good morning. I'm going to pledge $500, and I'm going to be a great part of the pantry that we are trying to do in Liberia, the food pantry. So I'm going to be greatly involved into that project. So I'm just going to pledge $500, and I'm going to send it to the secretary when I get back to Georgia on Wednesday. Thank you.
So what I would do, if I go around, because people do that will not get out of here. I got a basket here, and I will ask the DJ to play music, and I want all our citizens to come to the basket here and drop some money in, please.
DJ, slow down. Look, I know everyone out here tired. But you know what? We need some money in the house. So DJ, play us a song. The basket will be out here. Come on, people. The basket is here. Get up. Ladies and gentlemen, the basket is here. Come on, people.
Somebody want to make a pledge. So young who want to make a pledge. Mr. Young, come over.
Go to the lady. Show your
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm J.J. Yanko, the VCO of North Dakota. I'm just trying to make my pledge because I'm in his colleague here right now. Because we come here for a cause. We have to defend this cause. All the way 2023. So we are not here just for the formality. But we are here for an important, very imperative reason to make sure our president, be reelected. So I would like to give $200 cash, and in due time, I pledge $300. I will wire it to the account. Thank you.
Thank you. Music. CDC USA
The Grand March, let me call my beautiful partner to help me lead this Grand March, my darling sister, Comfort, Mommy Ted, Mrs. Ted. And the Grand March is led by the leader. The leader is the person in front of you. So grab a partner, grab your partner, come on, and let's have fun.
Mama the time. In the jungle, there is so many animals and so many trees. Doing no day, there were no restriction. Anytime, any day, anyone used to follow and go sky free in the jungle, yeah. They realize that everything was good. I say everyone, but only after the fruit. Majority of the people, when we are baboon, and few people, when we are okay. The elders of the time, made a big mistake. After election, they went and did a selection. The citizen of the jungle, what concerns the right? So they decided to sing a lot of objective. Who love, who care, who wants the ability, taking care of the people. Okay, you're not able to take care of Babunebu. You're not able to bust the right up Babunebu. Also, you're not okay, Ganda. Okay, Ganda. Okay, Ganda. Okay, Ganda, yo. Okay, Ganda, yo. Okay. Also, you're okay, Ganda, yo. Okay, Ganda, yo. Okay, Ganda, yo. Okay, okay, can I get there? Okay, yo. Okay, can I get there? Okay, okay, can I get there? Okay, yo. Okay, can I get there? The big man and the trouble, still in the city rock. Russia is city rock. Okay, can I get there? Hey, we wanna live that. That's what they fuck with that. We wanna live that. That's what they fuck with that. We wanna live that. That's what they fuck with that. We wanna live that. That's what they fuck with that. We wanna live that. That's what they fuck with that. You're not able to bust the right up, Babunebu. Also, you're okay, Ganda. Okay, Ganda. Okay, Ganda. Okay, Ganda. Okay, Ganda, yo. Okay, Ganda, yo. Okay. Also, you're okay, Ganda, yo. Okay, Ganda, yo. Okay, Ganda, yo. Don't essa foi minha firma Zé. Amanhã se vai me conhecer. People were dancing, I choose to say on set because I went there for something. Then I saw the find get what I think I won't go ask it. I said let me try my luck and see. Maybe she agree. And I cry and come to see someone who I let her holler. So I thought to myself, get me up man. My move there, it could be up man. It could be up man. So what do I say find get hello, white queen, she did fine, white queen, she thought I said fight on your 10. She like wow. Thank you. Baby, don't take me easy. Or when I use easy. When you want someone who fight, so stand up. Come on, celebrate people. Put it to the easy. Be that living since in her brain. Anything I thought like, baby, let go now. She say, when the mama, she say, where are they? She say, she ain't grieve or waiting down. Yeah, I won't worry. She's not gonna block the door. Do what I get down.
We gotta go now. We're having some broadcasting too with Facebook. And I'll see you.